beside you. So won't you wake up now and see? Don't hide away the things you're feeling. Unlock your mind and lose the key. There's a universe inside you.
Welcome everybody for the finale of the Endurance Championship. Apologies for the couple of minutes of delay, but the deliveries weren't just working, simply put. So unfortunately I had to restart the game. But regardless, now they are all working, since you can clearly see the deliveries. And I'm trying to pinpoint who is going to be at least the first car. 202. Here it is. So we have here the final round of the Endurance Championship. 30 minutes of qualifying for us all in the Dutch countryside. Well, countryside is very close to the sea, to be fair. The shore is... later on we'll go for a drone lap, but the shore line is very close from here. Since it's a 30-minute qualifying, it's going to be plenty of time to talk about it. I'm Chris Romano as always, and for now we are with Jacob Schaber. This car here won the last round, the 24-hour, and this time around there is a new livery for their car with this white sparkling off. For now the sun is shining and doesn't seem to be any different. So possibly it will be 4 hours of sunny Zandvoort. Schaber does effectively the first lap, 35.0. I would expect some 44s to be completely fair. As Perry goes a second, only 55 milliseconds away from the Porsche in front, and every other car will probably do an easy first lap, with the Assetto team that goes in third for now. Obviously the first lap is usually a bit more calm. There aren't as many fast laps as possible in the first bits. 40 teams are currently racing here, so it will be quite packed of a lobby. Shower that shows yellow flags, so something happened there. And everyone is going with green times, so I'm very trying to get someone in the TV camera with Ricardo Rovera that goes in third. Zompel for MSR Esport goes in third too, with a German team that has been gaining plenty of drivers too during the season, and it seems to pay off. Schaber gets overthrown by Keenan that goes in first place, the 69 Porsche FRL. Provisional pole for the team. Looking here with the advisor racing team that goes a second faster. That will put them in pretty much 14 positions up. As a matter of fact, car now in 26th place goes in 18th place, so just 8th position upper. James Ferry went in second, 10 milliseconds away from Keenan, so it's very close for now. With Colin Brander that's also improving, same with Haas in the Ferrari behind. With Nopek, that for Mad Panda Motorsport went in 5th place in the car number 88. with a McLaren that is definitely having some troubles in terms of connection. Something is going terribly wrong there. Okay, maybe it seems to be resolved. Ladies Colin Brandon is Alpha 10th, Alpha 2nd quicker, and coming across the finish line is going to be effectively Alpha 2nd. So the Assetto Racing team goes in 4th place, 2 times away from pole. From it's extremely close between, well, among all of them. With another situation developing, considering that there is basically just the top 4, then Tompel, and then everyone is a bit gapped, but Hars goes in 6th now. Tompel, as I was saying, that is improving massively, 4 times better than himself. It would even be enough for pole position at the moment. A bit wider over the grass. This track is extremely technical. A single mistake demolishes your track, your lap. And in fact, he just made that mistake on the curb, and he goes further, 25 milliseconds away from pole, with 5 people in a single 10th. Even if Ricardo Rovera is now going quicker than anybody else. If he could complete the lap, it would be enough for pole, but unfortunately he just went sideways in the exit, and he loses everything. So Chris Hars for Gazelle Motorsport is 4 times away from pole. At the moment, he could try to gain as much time as possible. In fact, he does so and jumps in 6th place with Alex Dactal that completes the lap and goes in top of the standings. 44.7 for the Ferrari 331. So in 3 times there are 7 drivers. In 9 cars, 9 cars are in 4 tenths, and then there is basically a drop with all the others behind. Blows that is coming across the line in the 473 Porsche to gain a place in 10th place for Racing Tech Racing. 7 tenths away from pole position. So effectively the pack is compressed in the first 9 places, and then there is a drop, and then there is everybody else. Also, James Perry is one of the cars that has to be looking at, but there is currently a BMW in front, which I think is an invalid lap time, and will not... okay, it was not, since I'm seeing... even the Ferrari is not an invalid lap. It is not yet impeding that one there. Even if James Perry's lap time will be still kind of ruined considering the dirty air, but maybe, just maybe, it will be just enough to give him some slipstream to gain a place. There is some slipstream, but there isn't enough. He stays in 3rd, 145 away from the car in front, so he stays 3rd, and the car in front is the number 520, which is massively improving the lap time. So not really a car that Perry can overtake, not even that, but at the moment Rivera was already going quicker than Perry. And seems like Rivera's first sector is the one that is kinda hurting. Is also Nopek improving a lot. So for now we'll stay with this Ferrari, which is going very quick. So Nopek in the 88 will complete the lap time with a huge improvement. He goes in 3rd place. Attempts a tenth and 43 milliseconds away from pole, and unfortunately Rivera's efforts are going to be met into a wall, since his lap time will not be an improvement. There is a massive improvement here though, 6 tenths over himself. Benjamin Hickey is putting the lap time off the life, unless the race control is going sideways, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, now he's showing 5 tenths slower. Not really sure about that. Yeah, in fact, he's improving way too much, so I really think that this control is a bit glitched on his behalf. As the time passes, obviously the improvements are lower and lower. So for now Perry is improving a lot, but there are still nearly 2 tenths to be regained over his lap time. It is indeed a 2 times for James Perry, so this could very well be the time where the pole position is getting changed. The number 84 that is pushing as much as possible. A tiny mistake here will be fatal, considering that he needs every single millisecond. He goes slightly wide, in fact loses massively the rear, and that mistake will be fatal. He will not be in pole position. He will just improve a place. He goes in 3rd, but on the grand scheme it's not really that important. It's currently blues or blows. Pretty sure it's Dutch, so I think it's blows. That is making a bit of an improvement. That bit of an improvement will be enough for making it into 10th place. So 12 cars in just 6 tenths at the moment. I would expect someone is going solo. At the moment it seems like no one is doing so except the car in 15th place. And 21st, 27th, 29th. Okay, now there are some drivers that are going solo, to be completely fair. As Blows went fastest. Then Van Horn. And he's now shy of 4 tenths away from pole. We currently Nopek being the only improvement of the field for now. In fact, he's improving by nearly 2 tenths, and everybody in the top 6 is actually improving one way or another. So for now, every one of the top 6 can be in pole in the same lap. We'll stay with Nopek. It goes through Hans Ernst, the chicane. Then into Kumo to finish the lap in Arja Lundvik. And it is just enough to get into pole position by 7 milliseconds. And then Perry demolishes everything because he goes quicker than by 2 tenths of a second than Nopek. So the pole position lasted for roughly 2 seconds in the Mercedes hands. But Keenan is improving a lot there. Schaber goes in second, but Keenan goes in first. 1 tenth away from Perry, and absolutely demolishing everyone else. 34.4. They really think that that Porsche there can't do much more than what happened. Ek goes faster than Nopek. Gains a place, so position number 4 for the Ferrari 51. We're going with Wolf, the car number 73. Proving a tiny bit, but a tiny bit will be enough for 7th place, considering they're just 10 milliseconds away from the car number 73. With the Ferrari 520 being 6 tenths away from pole. Basically the same applies on Wolf, so whichever improvement will be beneficial. Obviously with a very lengthy qualifying session, you basically submit your effective best lap possible, since you have half an hour to do it. Rivera is improving a lot there. He was in the first spots earlier on, but unfortunately he fell down as the time passed. As now there are 18 teams in a second of time, so you can see how packed this race is going to be. as Rivera is going a bit faster. And he goes in 6th place, nearly 5 times away from pole. This track is extremely difficult and technical and also short. A lap time is just 1 minute and a half, so there is plenty of time to be made. As you can see, Somper in fact jumping by 3 places from 7th to 4th place. Just 5 milliseconds away from the teammate in the 202 that is still on track, in the white Porsche. But I'm really starting to think that the improvements are coming to an end. Let some surprises happen. For now there is Osorio, who is in the car number 7. Who is improving by 2 tenths. Will be enough for a single place. Oh, that's a bit of a wide moment with the rear that nearly loses them, rather than the opposite. Giovannini is getting a bit quicker there. Two times will be enough to gain several places in a single shot. As a matter of fact, he goes quicker. 8th place for the car number 52. So 18 drivers, 18 teams in just a second, and 8 in 5 times. So even if everything is not over yet, since Zakhtar is going several times quicker, but I'm not sure if it is a race control glitch or not. Because I find it odd that it's always the same car that is showing extreme improvements. Because now he's showing half a second of improvement. Not that I don't believe they can go fast, but I think that improving while going wide is a bit too much. Yeah, it's definitely the race control glitch here, because it's showing a whole second now. So it will be world record time. So ultimately, I'm not seeing many improvements. I'm seeing here the SimTech Racing is going a bit quicker, only in 43rd place. Just a bit of... Oh, that's way too much of a bit. They were going slightly wide, but that's more than slightly. That's extremely wide. It is 2S Racing that is in 24th place. For now, improving by just a tenth, but it will be enough for making 2 places. With just 3 minutes to go. There ain't much time left. But this car here is, at the moment, the one that is improving the most. Only 24th, and as the time passes, it's very likely it's going to be way better. In fact, they go across the line. 2 tenths being gained, 20th place for them from 24th on the grid. But the car behind, ironically, is improving. Ooh, not anymore. They went wide just when I approached them, so everything is gone to dust. And Van Horn, for Assetto Racing Team, was improving. Then he clearly went massively wide in the chicane. He still is, but not as much. They were 2 tenths faster. Now they are just 2 hundredths faster. In fact, at the end of the lap, it's not even an improvement of their lap time. The 2-2 is still trying to achieve place number 1. For now, the car number 2-2 is not only stuck in traffic, but not even improving the time. Being a left away. And Vinogradov actually goes faster by 2 tenths, so they pass from 16th to 10th in the grid. A last moment effort for the car number 149. I really think that was, if not the last, one of them. So still a lap to go for many of the drivers. With Osorio that is currently gapping 3 tenths. That will be extremely beneficial. They are currently 1.5 seconds away. That could bring them 1.2 seconds away. So into 23rd. In fact, they go in 24th place. 5 milliseconds away from Novak. And qualifying is now, you can see from the time up on the screen, over. So everybody is on the final string. It's all or nothing at this point, with Giovannini being one of the few cars that is still trying to achieve whatever is possible. They are currently gaining a lot, but as always, I'm not really sure if it is a proper lap or if it is the race control fumbling, because Zakta is still showing a second of improvement. This time the improvement was real. 3rd place for the 331 that goes for a very final jump. There is also Novak improving by 2 tenths. As that will bring them into 19th. But I'm saying with this car, because they go slightly too much wide. They lose a couple of hundredths. They were 2 times quicker. It would just be shy of 1 and just a position being gained, so not really the end of the world, since 2 would have just put them on the same place. So at the very least, not much to be said about. But oops, Luis. and OBS. Here it is. But Terence Keenan will start with Rafa Campos in first place. Then it's going to be James Perry and David Sparks in second place for Apex Esport, with Benjamin Eck and Alex Zachtal in third place in the 331 Ferrari. Jacob Scheber and Johnny Manrum will start in fourth, with Gilles Aleman and Rafael Zompel in fifth, one after the other in the team. Thomas Nopek and John Dale will start in 88 Mercedes, with William Giovannini and Arturo Granella in 52 McLaren Saggetti Corse, with Ricardo Rivera and Jonathan Clifford in the Ferrari number 520 for Bricks Racing. Then Chris Hars and Allard Wolf will start in 9th place for Gazelle Motorsport, with the top 10 being completed by Anton Vinogradov and Denis Strelnikov in Crazy Life Racing. Then we have Simtech Racing, followed by the Asso Racing team, with Saggetti Corse second team in 13th place, with the Sky Tempesta Racing in 14th. I'm quite sure that it is the Italian job car, but they are with another car for some reasons. And I'll be honest, not really the best of the cars too, since the FLL Tempesta is always a bit unwanted by everybody. The MSR in 16th place, with the Asso Racing team in 17th. The Flat Out Esport only 18th this time around, with Ferrari in 19th place for Orca Poise Racing. Renman Racing in 20th, Advisor in 21st, 2S Racing in 22nd, Saggetti Corse in 23rd, with FRL in 24th, 25th place by Era Esport, with Advisor in 26th, Team SFX in 27th, followed by JP Motorsport and the BMW number 39 for Minard team, Simtech Racing in 30th, Era Esport in 31st, with Halloween in 32nd, FRL in 33rd and 44th, with 35th with Derek Brough driving it, 36th place for McLaren Racing, with 37th for Power Racing, F Corse in 38th, McLaren Christmas in 39, with Team ACX in 40th, and Flat Out Esports only here in last place. So we go for a little lap with Terence Keenan. First corner, it's not really a corner, it's actually a long turn, and not really an overtaking spot either, since the corner, the turn after is a left-hander, but the right-hander here, so Tarzan Bocht is followed by Gerfak here. I will not say Bok every single time, because Bocht is the meaning of turn, so it's completely useless. Then we got Hugenholz, this banked hairpin, which then follows the flat out space, with starting with Unzrug and finishing with Rob Slotemark. No, Slotemark. Okay, this is difficult. Slotemacher. Okay, Rob Slotemacher. I made it. This entire section is completely flat out and very impossible to make a single overtake. Then we got this right-hander here, Shell Black. Usually want to do it in third to have as much engine brake as possible, since you don't really want to go on the brake, otherwise you go straight. And then this one here is extremely difficult, Masters Bocht, because you want to clip the curb on the inside and also the one on the outside, but if you go too much on the outside you go on the wall, and if you go too much on the inside you also go on the wall. It's very difficult to make it happen. Bocht 9 and 10, they don't have a name, luckily, otherwise everyone will just curse them, since these are the basically hotspot for overtaking, with Bocht 10 being quite famous in the GT World Challenge, since it is what made the Mercedes number 88 in the GT World Challenge Europe lose the championship. Well, not the entire championship, but the sprint championship. Then we have here Hans Ernst Vogt, which is a right-left section. Extremely difficult to make a pass because sometimes you go on the curb in both turns and subsequently go straight into an incident. Then we have Kumo. This right-hander here, where you usually brake when the grass disappears from your point of view. Completely on the curb. Here, not too much, otherwise if you accelerate too much on the inside curb, you basically go sideways. And not too much on the outside, otherwise you go on the gravel, which will be completely demolishing for your speed after you pass Ari Luenlik, which is the last turn. Here you can go wide, to be fair. It's not really the end of the day if you go to the grass. But we are going to start the final round of the season with... This camera here is way better for this time around. One of the few times we will not use the helicopter camera is as we go green. Everybody goes steadily. As I'm saying, a Ferrari going sideways. Oh, there is already a crash. And there is already the Porsche number 2012 that goes into the wall. Keeps it on track, but this will be basically a cross on their graveyard. With a car that is already massively damaged, with the Ferrari of Benjamin Eck trying to go on the outside of the Porsche number 202. With also the 88 trying to go for a move. For now they will stay behind. There is some yellow flags being shown behind. Some incidents possibly in the first couple of corners. It was a very odd situation there, what happened with the 212. Luckily this track is basically a Monaco 2 electric boogaloo kind of track, so overtakes are extremely difficult. As you can see, Nopek going for the outside move. Extremely optimistic, but not really, considering the next one is a left-hander. And in fact, the Mercedes goes through and passes the Ferrari that goes for the switchback, tries to go for whatever is possible. They go side by side into the chicane, which will approach just now, with the Mercedes on the inside, though, closes the outside and keeps the position number 4 with Eck that will stay in 5th, with Rivera that goes in 6th, with Vinogradov that manages to get into... Ooh, there is an incident there with Oborin falling down the grid. I'm trying to pick it. Okay, I managed to do it. Something happened there. I suspect an incident from behind. In fact, it was the 203 unfortunately sits sideways, falling down the grid, and this means that basically the whichever improvement they made in the first lap and whichever commitment they... Oh, there is also Feldman going sideways in the middle of the turn number 1. Suspect something happened from behind, from the Sky Tempesta Racing. No, it's actually not. It's actually just sideways. A very odd one too. Oh, there is also, you can see the F Corsa Ferrari staying sideways after a contact that happened here. Oh, there is again the 804 that goes for another incident. I wonder if it was the same car as earlier that made contact with the 203. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anything from the race control as of now, but it's going to be a hefty penalty if that car has been in the same position both times. So, bit of ice on Tompel, which will have massive damage to the front of the car. You can see here with the incident that happened at the very early moments. You can see from here what exactly happened. Have a look at the red Porsche that goes to the right and then to the left and then again to the right. It was a very odd situation with... Oh, another contact there between a Mission Spino car and the number 88. But this time it was the Mad Panda that went for the move. It was a very odd one, the one that happened there. Seems like the Porsche didn't see a car on the left for some reasons. So Zandvoort being one hell of a drive for everybody. Qualifying being basically the most important thing. In the race, and in fact, Mercedes goes for a move, slightly tap between the rear bumper and the front splitter of the two cars. With Nopek that also has to look at the mirrors. Schaber is slightly slower than the 88 apparently. That side damage is obviously not impacting anything, since the side damage really impacts only top speed and by a very little fraction. Basically not even having not even putting an issue. And here the max speed is 250 km per hour being reached in the corners, not even in the straight. So Nopek loses a couple of times from behind. As Giovannini also goes for a move on Van Horn in the 18, and the number 52 goes for the side job there and makes a place. Number 9 for the McLaren team. It overtakes the Mercedes number 18. It also Watt and Karner switching places. Oh, there is a bit of a contact with the number 13 that loses 2 spots because of that. As you go back in front, as Nopek and Schaber are still massively battling for positions. Ooh, Zampel! Yellow flag being shown, and also contact. So their race is going sideways at the moment. I wonder if it was any contact from behind, or if it was just... Oh, it was definitely some contact from behind. Not only one, but twice. With the 149, that for the whole championship has honestly been not exactly the most clean race car. Another view of the incident is a little tap from behind. And then another tap from behind once more. So 149 now that will possibly be met with a heavy penalty afterward. And unfortunately for the 212 is basically everything is going sideways. Not only their car, but also their progress is, as there is currently the advisor racing team that goes a bit wide, more than a bit wide, now that it's been touched by the Ferrari 369. And Van Olkenburg goes 16th. Gives back the place, possibly. But there is also the Ferrari now, from behind, the number 77 that makes a place. And overtakes the 369 that nearly loses another... Oh, another contact! And so GT Corsa goes sideways, loses a couple of spots with Van Olkenburg gaining back the place. Oh, Van Horn is also in the gravel. Was it a contact from behind? Don't think so. Looking at this scenery, it was just a very late break, and not really sure why they went for the snap overs here. They could have just cut the chicane in that moment. But Zompel not only has heavy damage in the front, but now they are in 14th place. With their progresses in the qualifying session thrown into the river, and completely forgot about. Oh, there is going to the number 88 that goes side of the track into the gravel, into the grass, and loses a couple of spots. You can see back what happened there from the interior cam. He went way too much on the inside. Slightly unset as the car goes massively on the outside. That's a lot of grass and gravel that has been picked up. Luckily there isn't damage to the floor in the game here. But that's going to be not the end of the world. They just lost 2 places. With now the 51 targeting the cars in front. 51 that was starting in 14th place now finds itself in 11th. For now, since the 999 is very close to make an overtake there. Matteo Pitaccio extremely close to the McLaren in front. Gap at the moment goes towards the Mercedes behind, since last lap has been the fastest for both teams, but the 999 went slightly faster. With the 149 that is now in the grass. They were in 7th place. Oh, that's the reason. Same reason as the number 88, but this time they went back into the throttle way too early. And they went for a spin in the grass as they find themselves in 17th place only, even behind the 212. With the SimTech that now goes for the move on the inside, extremely late. Actually nearly collides with the 212 Mission Spino Racing, and MSR luckily stays there, doesn't get collided by Shibel. That goes somewhere. What? Goes somewhere, definitely. As the 149 without the front damage goes for the move, and the same goes for the Soggetti Corsa, goes for the inside and overtakes Sompel with clear damage on the front of the car that is hurting their top speed and cornering swing and everything in between, as they go once more wide. As you can see, nearly getting overtaken by the Galamini in the 777. For now they stay behind, but you can see that this car is very slow in the speed sections. With Gasoline that made the move where? I'll be honest, how? On the inside? Oh yeah, it was on the inside. As you can see, side job. Very clean too. I didn't even notice. And then also the Ferrari went wide and lost another place on the number 18. Then again, Team SFX seems to be struggling a lot this lap. This very lap that any mistake was essentially the worst thing that could have happened. But for now there, nothing seems to be moving. Something is moving here with Bestelink that goes without any real trouble in front of the Porsche, completes the overtake even before the front is even finished. And if the Mercedes goes for the move on the number 212 with Sompel, that is basically going 10 km per hour slower in the straights. So it ain't really the best. Oh, there is Giuffrida going in the gravel on the curb, nearly losing completely the car. With Pitaccio that goes in the outside. There are a bit of marbles there, but it's also more grip for they. car, and in fact Giuffrida loses 3 spots as of that. Over the curb, completely unsettles the car and nearly throw away the entire race, with also Handy keen on making a pass on the outside. And seems like they will do it. Very nice move from the Honda driver. They complete the pass. Want to see it back from the copy cam. You can see immense grip that gets used by the Honda driver, that makes the move from the outside on Giuffrida, now in number 180, several places below position they were starting this lap earlier on, with Van Olenburg, I can't read anymore, nearly getting overtaken by Van Eck, the 26 Ferrari, and it seems like it's going to be the case. The Ferrari 26 that tries to go for a move on the outside. Oh, there is currently the 369 on the grass. Now on the inside, but stays in front for a brief moment. So I'm trying to see if there is the car coming through. It is indeed number 26 that goes through and passes Van Olenburg. So Van Eck goes in 14th with Van Collenburg in 15th, Vinogradov in 16th, and 17th goes for Messina in 17th place. There. With this quartet that is battling for 14th place. Obviously, as the time passes, the field will get back to sort of normality. We're not entirely sure about that, so... but theoretically it should go that way. Vinogradov this time around that is a bit further away than earlier. I don't think I passed it. Oh, there is a heavy contact there! The 149 completely forgot how to brake into turn 1. And that is the incident. Yeah, completely misses the braking point and goes straight for the car in front, instead of going to the left. It will be heavy damage for the... oh, again the 203. I wonder what happened there. I think curb moment happened, to be fair. Oh, it was actually just on themselves. Nearly... well, actually losing the car. And then going into the wall once more there. And the 203, unfortunately, finding a lot of trouble. They were starting in 16th place. Now they are basically nowhere, with Novak that collected some heavy damage in the front of the car. What happened to the number 935? As I'm not seeing any contact in the race control, so suspect an incident. All from themselves, but I can't be sure how or where. Unfortunately, everything seems to have happened on the same moment. Another contact between the 149. Oh, massive crash there! Four-way incident between several drivers, with the 935 that was unfortunately simply there. And again, the 202 getting involved into the wall. With the incident basically flew from the car 149 once again. At this point it's not even in the lobby anymore. So This is getting odd with 4 cars now into the pits for damage repair. That was a massive one. And all sparked because of the Porsche that went a bit slower, because obviously the car was damaged. They stayed on the racing line, unfortunately. Then what happened was simply a chain reaction between the Ferrari 369 and the 149 that is not in the race anymore. No, it is still. Apologies. Just the race control wasn't there anymore for a moment. But he's currently in 18th place with the Ferrari number 46 that goes a bit too much wide there. Christopherson was supposed to be trying an overtake on the outside. As I was saying, the 149 hit Van Kolenburg, and then it was just a chain reaction between 4 different cars, with unfortunately 212 that at this point is just getting bullied with the amount of damage they received from the first 20 minutes of racing. As you can see there, Christopherson is now in 19th place, with Burgio maintaining 18th. And clearly trying to defend the position by a river of cars. Currently there are 6 cars in the pits ready for damage repairing. Now for the 212 that at this point has also suspension damage. Race simply over for their team, which at this point will complete the 4 hours, possibly just to complete every race rather than for a position. For now, Burgio seems to be able to defend the position number 18, with actually Christopherson that now has to defend against the Porsche behind for Advisor Racing Team. As Garner is nearly getting overtaken by the number 10. Nothing seems to be moving though. For now it seems just like a train, but I expect some moves to be happening in the following laps. As you can see how close they are with Burgio that has to defend against a Ferrari that is clearly quicker. Maybe goes for the move there, it doesn't. It actually stays behind. There's also some contact behind it with actually a Scott that manages to overtake Garner, and also it's Brown on the outside that tries to make it happen, but doesn't happen as such, and the Porsche remain in 21st place. So at this point it's going to be a Scott that will try to overtake Christopherson with some front-end damage that for now doesn't seem to be impactful on their speed. Maybe there is some issue to be expected in the turns, since it seems more like splitter damage than something more. Unfortunately, the straight is extremely short, so not many moves can happen. Here the undercut will be the strongest thing possible for many teams. So for now the McLaren stays there in 18th place. But you can see clearly that from behind all the cars are getting nervous. They want to pass Burjo. He's currently going a second slower than the cars in front. So ultimately they are also losing a hell of a time with the 203 once more getting involved in something that's extremely wide. Yep, that's braking on the grass, not really the best idea. With Besselink that actually now overtakes Van Horn out of nowhere. And also Burjo that nearly gets overtaken by the number 46 on the outside. It doesn't happen for now. Burjo is defending as much as possible at this point. And actually goes wide. Christopherson possibly loses the position on Escotto. You can see on the right of your screen, which is the left of the track, that Christopherson's exit was definitely better. Now there is a second of calmness, but Burjo is having... Was that? That was a very odd downshift. Because usually you don't downshift like that in that turn. As you can see there, Christopherson getting the place back on Carner. Now goes for the move on the right of your screen. On the Ferrari of Scott, unfortunately went way too much wide. And lost the place on Carner that now is in the Porsche 934 in 20th place back. This is also not the only battle going at the moment. There's also the battle for 3rd and for 5th, but for now I'm staying here since I honestly expect chaos from these drivers. As also Nopek is going for possibly a move for 5th place. Back from the... Oh, in fact it is now the moment as Rivera went way too late on the brakes. Nearly losing the place. It actually loses the place with the number 88 that lunges into the inside. Taking by surprise the Ferrari number 520. You can see from here the number 520 is back in front, brakes way too earlier compared to the number 88 that goes in 5th and overtakes Rivera easily, somehow. In that point, somehow, considering that usually that point is a bit off limit. And Rivera is now in 6th place, with Eck being the next objective for Nopek, with his Mad Panda Motorsport car, which has always been one of my favorite IRL too. Like the delivery is always very, very good to be seen. I like it a lot. And just in front there are 2 white cars, sort of. They're also battling for place. It's Schaber and Eck for 3rd, with this Porsche that for now is keeping up the pace. with... Oh, Osorio is into the wall! And also the number 7. But for now, I want to look back what happened there. Oh, also number... Oh, okay, I made a mess. I want to say 804. That's the 7 going sideways. And then this is the 804 that was in the wall for some reasons. As you can see from the damage on the front. Van Horn nearly losing the place on the 777 behind. That's for 16th place. But that doesn't happen as of now. But there is also another fight behind, which is always the same. And it's always Kristoffersen trying whichever plan can be thinked of. With Burjo, at this point, is just defending as a lion for the place number 18. The 7 that, for obvious reasons, goes into the pits. As always, there is a 65 minutes timer in the stints. So the best they can do is going in the pits 15, well, just less than 15 minutes before the hour. Anything over that, it's automatically another pit that will have to be made. And Kristoffersen unfortunately goes just wide in the worst possible moment and loses the place on the Mercedes now in front. Point, Kristoffersen may use the Mercedes there to its advantage, using a bit like a sort of tow. If the Mercedes overtakes the McLaren, it may happen the same for the Ferrari there. Now Burjo that has a new opponent that goes on the inside, makes it happen as soon as possible. And position number 19 now for Burjo. And unfortunately Kristoffersen didn't use the Mercedes to its advantage. As now there is a bit of a shorter distance in the lead. You can see the Keenan is very close to the car behind. Not that they want to be fair. But now the gap is just 7 tenths. Last lap, 3 tenths have been lost by Keenan from Perry, considering that Perry managed to get a 35.9 fastest car off the entire grid. And now 36.2, but Keenan seems like he ate the tires a bit earlier. With Perry is gaining and gaining as time passes. So now James Perry loses a bit of gap from Keenan. Actually loses a lot of gap. Perry was 6 times away from the leader. Now it's 9. And as the time passes, also Nopek is getting dangerous behind Eck. So he clearly wants back the position he lost earlier on. We know the gap being around 5 tenths only. Eck at this point is a bit in danger from behind, with the number 88 that is clearly faster every single lap. Half a second has been gained on Eck by Nopek, that went in a 36.2. Now being the fastest car on the grid, with Eck and Shabed that went on the same 36.7. So at this point it's just a matter of understanding where to go for the move. Not too early, not too late. Because this car clearly can fight for the win if the situation stays the same with time that passes. As in front, the gap is extremely closer. Seems like Keenan made a mistake somewhere, as now Perry is just 2 tenths behind. With Perry that went 2 times quicker, but Keenan's lap time are a bit falling away. 36.8 for Keenan, 36.6 by Perry, and Shabel and Eck basically made the same lap time too, with Nopek gaining on the leaders. 36.5 for Nopek in 5th place, even by standing behind a technically slower car. As we have the top 5 in just 10 seconds after 40 minutes. Speaking of top 10, Pitaccio is at the moment looking for a move on Landolfi that has been a bit slower than Pitaccio himself. Pitaccio also has to look behind because the Honda in the blue and lime colors is getting a bit aggressive on the mirror. Starting from 20th place, Handy is now in 11th and looking forward for the top 10. Usually consistency is way more important than the qualifying lap, and this Honda here is clearly more consistent than anybody else. Oh, there is a 203 again, spinning in the background. Or rather in... not really in the background, since it was in front of the camera. But now we stay here because Landolfi is going on the outside of Haas. In number 73. That's for 8th place. Landolfi closely following behind. At this point, the McLaren 51 is slightly quicker than Haas. As you can see now, the gap is definitely getting closer and closer, even zero, side by side between the McLaren and the Ferrari, with the 51 that just made a move, but nothing more than that. Flashing the lights by the 999, clearly asking you to either move the pace or move itself. With the Honda behind us, went slightly on the grass, but it's not going to be a heavy issue. So I'm seeing two cars in front, possibly one trying to unlap itself. Since I'm not seeing any major thing happening apart from here. So at the moment fights are for 8th place, for 3rd and for the very lead of the race. Speaking of which, Schaber now leaves slightly door open to Eck that made a move and wrongfully did so, because now Nopek is going to pass him into the inside easily without even losing too much time. You can see the Ferrari went way too much on the inside, lost the grip and the speed to defend, and the Mercedes went through on the inside without any particular effort. So now Nopek is in 4th place, looking forward for position number 3, and in all of this, number 88 lost 2 times from the leaders in all this situation. So the cars in front aren't really flying away from Nopek. This car here is possibly one of the favorite for the overall win. They were starting in 6th. Clearly the qualifying pace was not there, but the race pace clearly is. We now Haas getting approached by the McLaren behind once more from the outside, and once more that can't really happen. We now Pittaccio is asking to move, and it's getting less and less a request and more an order. But with the sunlight, you don't really see them flashing in the mirror, especially in this track. So it's a bit more convenient to do it in rain or cloud conditions, but with the sun shining, it's practically no one sees you flashing. So 51 is not really looking at the lights flashing, possibly is just looking at the fact that the car in front is going away. Eyes on the road and on the car in front, since the technicality of this circuit, if you don't look in front for a single moment, you go on the curb and you explode, as previously being shown by the number 180 McLaren that went on the curb a bit too harshly and went flying, luckily not into the barriers, but still some time has been lost by that car, now in 12th place. For now, Pittaccio seems to be able to defend. Landolfi seems to be able to defend on Pittaccio with the number 7 that is asked from every marshal on the roadside to move away. But that situation may be highly beneficial for the Mercedes behind it. Now sees a possible way to make a move. It doesn't happen there, with the McLaren going a bit too much late on the brakes, but luckily not too late to avoid making the corner and to miss the apex entirely. It made the chicane either way, and Pitacho stays behind because of that. It is a GT Corsa number 51 now in 9th place, 7 seconds away from the teammate, so clearly the team is equal for now. There's just one car that divides them, which is number 73 here of Chris Haas for Gazelle Motorsport. Is keeping the 8th place. And now there is also possible fight between Nopek and Schaber once more. That was the very same battle that was happening before. The number 88 went wide into the grass, then gravel, which made it lose some spots. And now Nopek is back behind Schaber, battling for 4th place. Now at this point, going for an undercut is possible. I just saw that there was just 1/10 between the two drivers here, so I thought there was more of a mistake. There is a mistake there. Kieran goes way too wide on exit, ruins the line even for Bok 10, Bok 12, Bok 10, I can't remember anymore. And doesn't happen anything there, while here Nopek goes for the very same situation on the outside this time around. It doesn't happen there, and nearly does the same that Ek did earlier, but luckily he chose the grip on the outside rather than the one on the inside, which was way more beneficial for his defense against Ek. Also, on the very same corner, Pitacho goes for the inside, and he makes the move on Landolfi. That's for the 9th place, with Handy that now sees another position that can be made. It doesn't happen there with the McLaren that went on the outside as late as possible, with now Schaber defending the inside on Nopek that nearly lost the place on Act 2. That's for 3rd place. With the battle for 10th that stopped there where I left it. You know, Schaber that managed to defend position number 3 on Nopek behind in the Med Panda Motorsports in the number 88. It was trying again the outside, and at this point I don't really know how much the outside can work. There is just one corner that where the outside can work, which is Bok 10, and again here turning the outside. Nopek goes for the move, and once more it can't work. But this time there may be a chance for Nopek, with Schaber that went slightly too late on the brakes. Into Hansen's blocked the chicane here. As I was saying, the only outside where I can see it working is possibly the hairpin of Hook and Holtz. since it's slightly banked, and Bog 10, even that, but apart from those spots, I find it difficult for the Mercedes. In fact, this time it goes on the inside. There is a contact between the Mercedes and the Schaber, but this time even Eck goes through, and Schaber loses 2 places in just 1 corner. And it's going to be the 202 in 5th place now, with Eck managing to take 4th, and Nopek managing to take 3rd. You can see very late defending from the Mission Spino car. And Benjamin Eck went for the very same move, for the very same door that was opened by the Med Panda Motorsport, with a Polish driver that managed to take the position there. Ooh, unfortunately Mercedes just goes wide on entry. Somehow keeps the position number 3 from Eck. And now Nopek has 13 seconds to gain back to catch the front runners. As it's likely we will see some moves in the pits, as here Landolfi is actually going for the move, not in the pits, but for the very same car that overtook it earlier on. Oh, and the Honda of Andy goes definitely way too wide, missing completely the braking point for a brief moment. But he doesn't have to push himself too much, as Harry Handy is now in 11th, with a massive improvement from the start of the race. Which will be terrible to just waste altogether. So after all the overtakes, Nopek has now a chance in clean air to make it happen at the very final part of the stint, which is not really a bad thing considering the Mercedes tire wear is actually very good. The Mercedes is awful in a lot of things, especially handling, but in terms of tire wear, this car is a weapon. It's absolutely incredible. One of the best in the tire wear, in my opinion. As you can see, the Porsche is clear that it's the one struggling the most with tire wear, with every Porsche in the field that is losing time and positions as the time passes. Every single Porsche I've been looking at has been losing pace as the laps went through. Clearly giving an indication that that car is very good, but on tire wear, with a balance of performance being applied, it loses a bit of time. It's good, but there is sort of a cliff that here in Zandvoort is getting clear. Sort of a threshold that has been reached. You know, the Mercedes that will ask not very kindly to be let pass. Nearly colliding with the SimTech in front. So in the last lap, an entire alpha second has been gained by Nopek on Keenan and Perry. Well, more Keenan than Perry, but still, the statement remains. In fact, now the gap from the leader is just 13 seconds. Well, it is 13 seconds, but earlier on it was 13 and a half. So clearly the improvement is there. Oh, Schaber went into the wall! Or into the grass or something. I heard the car, in fact. I was hearing well. Oh, it was actually a contact with the blue flag, the car, that took it out entirely. It was a SimTech number 475. It was a 475 that went into the Mission Spino, that at this point is just counting the amount of times it has been hit. And now Ek is going for the move on the Mad Panda car, but unfortunately it doesn't happen there. And Ek will stay behind. With that blue flag the cars, the gap to the leaders has been enlarged a bit, and with a bit I mean massively. An entire second has been lost on the front runners, with Nopek that is now in clean air, so he now has the chance to make it happen, but at this point I would just go for the undercut with 3 hours and 4 minutes to go. No one goes for the move, quite surprisingly. Everyone's trying to go as long as possible. Considering the technicality of this track, having the track advantage in terms of position, in my opinion, is way more important than the sheer speed. So I would go into the pits as of now to gain the track advantage, even because if the leader, well, I'm considering James Perry at this point. If Perry went into the pits, they would lose 22 plus 30, so 52 seconds. They will go exactly in clean air too, because between 12th and 13th place there is some time. So Perry could just go into the pits, do a full service and still be in clean air, so that will be extremely beneficial. Obviously the fear is to get stuck behind another car, so I can understand that, but considering the minutes remaining, it's a risk I would take. As James Perry goes for the move on the outside, I think there was a mistake by Keenan, to be fair, and now Perry is very close to the leader. You can see even the splitter. You can actually touch the splitter, you can actually read the splitter chassis number. Serial number, not chassis number. And Hars in fact goes into the pits, follows my advice, and is the first one to undercut, with James Perry this time around could make a move. Van Horn is showing yellow flags for some reasons. I can't have a look at that. Now in 17th place, the number 18 Mercedes, with the Porsche tires that are basically on the last run. And because of all of these, they are losing. In fact, now Keenan goes into the pits, undercuts the McLaren that obviously answers the call and goes into the pits too. So possibly everyone now will follow the leaders. Nopek doesn't do as such. Possibly it makes sense for him, considering he has clean air finally, and going into the pits doesn't really give his team anything since the gap was 12 seconds, so at this point it's just better to let it slide. Ek could have done it, but didn't do so. Same goes for Rivera, same goes for Schaber, same goes for Giovannini, same goes for Pitaccio, and Landolfi, and Handy, and I think basically everybody else. Oh, and obviously, basically everybody else. Someone proceeds to pit. Great. Timing by my commentary. So I think just those cars went through the pits. So Keenan is now back 11 seconds behind Handy, completely in free air, and Perry follows behind. So now 11 seconds of gap from the car in front. These two have made a perfect choice, and I am starting to think that they were hearing me. Because it's oddly specific that they went to the pits exactly when I said so. With Handy, Landolfi and Pitaccio that are all in very little time. In fact, everybody is now following. Well, it's not really following, considering that it's just minutes away from the pit stops. The question is, who will undercut who? Handy is just 4 times away from Landolfi, with Pitaccio that goes into the pits. Landolfi that does the move for a brief moment and then changes idea. Handy actually follows the Mercedes, with a BMW behind, which I think it is the number 13, that also follows these two into the pits. And Ek is now 9 times away from Nopek, but they are possibly waiting the very final moment to make this happen. Jan Besenica goes into the pits. Suspect Wolf will do the same. But actually everybody here is either this lap or the next one, so at this point okay, Christophersen went into the pits, but Wolf didn't. It makes sense considering that usually you don't want anybody in your field of view in the pits, because it may ruin your pit entry. In fact, Nopek went in. Same goes for Giovanni in the 52. In the effective lead of the race, there is Campos now driving for the 69 FRL and Sparks now driving for the Hypex 84. With the 69 they managed to gain a second and nearly actually 2 seconds on Sparks. Just in the pits, considering the last lap is literally identical. Literally not really, but there are 15 milliseconds of difference, so you can understand where I'm aiming. And Nopek is now back into the racetrack, and unfortunately he missed the pit box, so he lost 3 seconds, so otherwise he would have been way closer, but now he has free air for 13 seconds. It's actually John Dale, because the race control still has to update. Brown also goes into the pits. Everybody is going into the pits now. They are obliged, otherwise they get a drive-through for exceeding time. Eredek is into... okay. Whew. I saw a yellow flag. I honestly saw a yellow flag and I was already on the shouting. Luckily nothing happened there. Landolfi still in the front of this pack. Actually now in the front of the 999, so clearly the pit went the other way around for the 999 that lost some time in the pits. A single second was enough to lose the position on the 51, with Handy still driving for the Honda behind in the 28. So this trio, which is actually a quartet, considering the 180 is now back in the business. That was the rear going a bit in another way. Oh, once more! Yeah, definitely cold tires. Pretto is way too aggressive on the tires at the moment, and this is giving Bellan the chance to make it happen on the outside. Very difficult there. And Bellan now has also the risk to lose the place on Handy. Way closer than Bellan to Pretto. Nothing happens there. I would also like to go through the championship readings, but at the moment I don't find it suitable. Like I will probably lose everything the second I do it. Something massively would like explode, I suppose. The moment you can see there the Mercedes is trying the best possible to gain a place on Pretto, even because Handy is getting a bit too large in the mirror. And now the quartet is unraveling. With the Bellan that doesn't seem to be able to be as dangerous as they would have liked. They are actually becoming prey with the time that passes. In fact, now Handy is closely following Bellan, and that car there may have a chance to make a move in the upcoming seconds. Who knows? With this one being the closest fight we have on track at the moment, with Pretto being the head of the train. Up in the lead, things are getting spicy, since Campos is going very, very slowly compared to Sparks. 36.7 compared to 45.9. Okay. Losing massively on the car behind. This is now just 1 second from the lead. And also Dale is losing some bit. For 6.4 was the last lap. Now for 6.3 it's actually gaining a bit. But Zakdal is clearly the faster of the top 4. The fastest of the top 4. Gaining a second on basically everybody else. Now Andy goes to the right of the track, maybe trying to get himself noticed in the mirrors of the Mercedes car in front. But for now, the 999 is looking forward to the 51 without looking behind. Isbellate is losing some time as time passes. Is in fact now Zakdal very close to Dale, the number 88. With just a handful of meters separating the two cars. And the leader in the 69 is losing a massive time as the Mad Panda car went way too wide on exit, going a bit on the grass and losing some time. But as I was saying, Campus is now going 47.0. Zakdal here is going 45.9. So there may be the chance for the 331 to go very much high into the grid. Also, there's been a move here with Handy making a move. It's a bit odd here because there was a lot of time between the two. In fact, it was a mistake made by the 999 that lost a place on Andy. Now in 10th place. Looking forward for gaining even the 9th one. And who knows how much it could go on, since Wolf is not really that far away. With Zakdal here, that is really looking forward to make a place into the podium. I can see that happen in the upcoming laps. For 6.0, 2 seconds have been gained on the leader, 38.0. So struggling massively with the car. Clearly something happened there. 38.0 is currently the slowest lap time in the first 14 drivers. So it ain't really the best. While the fastest car of the top field is actually in 5th place, the number 520, which has basically not yet made an appearance on screen in the last 20 minutes, is now the fastest car on the entire track, whilst the 331 goes for the inside on the 888, on the 888. And the 331 here was trying to move in a very difficult spot. Ironically, the best way to make the overtake there is actually from the outside. since it gives you way more grip, and also you get the traction better. Plus, Bogdan is actually a left-hander, so you get also the inside. But for now, it's going to be Dale and Zakdal once more crossing the line. Seems like Campos is now gaining back the time, 36.5. For the car 69. Same lap times as basically these ones, considering they went a bit slower, to be fair. It's 36.9. 4 times slower. But this is all going towards Clifford, as he is currently the quickest car of the top pack. Actually, it's the quickest car, period. Way wider line for Zakdal clearly gives you a better exit. That Mercedes was way too much in front to utilize the speed exit buff. There is the chance here between the 331 and the 88. Right, still a chase, the one going on. Oh, there's a 149 yet again involved in a contact with someone else. This time it was also Dale getting involved a bit unluckily. But still, so something happened here between the 228 and the 203. So I'm looking at the replay. I thought it was the turn 1 incident, but clearly the 203 went out all on itself. Since in turn 1 there was clearly the shape of the 203 being in the gravel. Car that unfortunately is just in 33rd place after starting the race in 16th place. And now there is possibly the chance for the move, as Campos is going on the inside, which is the right part of the circuit. And Max on the outside tries the move. Obviously, extremely difficult. Actually, leaves half of the tires on the tarmac, as you could see from the black line being traced by the McLaren driver, that now finds itself still in second place with Dale, and now is closing the gap. 11 seconds. It was 16 earlier on. So these two are really not putting the best lap times possible. The two drivers here went into 37.5 and 7.9 for Sparks, with the duo behind it lapped into the 36.7 and 6.4. So another second has been gained by the duo battling for third. Oh, there is a contact! Oh, there is a car going into the wall! In fact, the 228 went into the wall. I would like to see if it was because of the 331 passing through. Yeah, it was unfortunately a contact between the two cars. To be fair, I really think it was also a very bad luck moment, considering the car in the orange and black colors went steered on the right because of an oversteer moment after turn 1. So I don't really know how to categorize that one there. The two leaders are still one after the other. Lapping on the 37s and getting closed in terms of gap by the cars behind. Now 11 seconds behind. Zachary is basically begging Dale to pass, since Dagdal's lap times are clearly faster than Dale's one, but for now there hasn't been a chance to see it. There's also now the battle for 8 that is coming through, with the 51 and the 28 getting very close to Wolf. So Handy at the moment being one of the best on track in terms of positions being gained, even if Scott managed to gain 16 since the start, and Pina managed to make it up to 13 places. Brown did 14, but Handy is at the moment the one that has gained the most in the top 10 by starting in 20th. Oh, there is a contact between the Handy and Wolf. Assetto went for the move as I was looking at the positions being gained as soon as I mentioned it. So you can see there Wolf going on the inside a bit too late, making contact with Handy. Then now finds himself battling with Bella, and unfortunately he lost 2 seconds on Preto. They made a move on the outside. I don't think the damage is going to be race killing. It was very light damage on the barriers. But now Wolf will probably be a bit of an easy prey for the Honda number 28, since it has been gaining 2 seconds per lap on that Ferrari there in the number 73. Bernard now has back a chance to make at least a place, with Wolf that is basically losing seconds per lap. Probably Handy will try to make the place the very second the opportunity happens, considering how different the pace is between the two. In fact, you can see here the gap has been closed. It was a second at the beginning of the race, of the lap. Now it's minus 0.2 seconds. With the Handy that made the move as soon as possible on the Wolf that went a bit wide on block 10. Then on the chicane it was already over, with now Bellan online to make the pass happen. Possibly this will happen in turn 1. In fact, it happens just after. No, not really. Actually, the 73 goes a bit wide on the grass with the 999 that has the outside line, which has more grip. And in fact, it gives it a bit of a speed boost in the fastest point of the circuit. There is a contact between the two cars. Lift off by Bellan, otherwise it would have been a crash entirely. And the 73 stays in front of Bellan for now. Even after going into the grass and on the curb, which unsettled the car massively. This is putting Sberla back in contention for position with Bellan. Since the 999 has been losing massively. Oh, there is a car into the wall. It is the 777. Here into the wall for Team SFX. Clear happened there. Bellan has to pass as soon as possible. They are lapping into the 39s. For now. With Handy that luckily just lost a lap. Ooh, that's way too much wide for Bellan that went on the marbles, so the grip will be ruined for the next couple of corners. Luckily those next couple of corners are basically flat out. The Mercedes still stuck behind. This is getting painful to watch. With now Sberla that is clearly in the attack position. Bellan has to take risks to make the place. Otherwise, he doesn't go anywhere. He already lost 5 seconds on Handy. So now the Italian doesn't seem to be able to take the place. He tries on the outside. He has to make it happen somewhere risky. Otherwise he will stay behind and lose another couple of seconds from Handy. Or worse, lose the position from Sperla behind. Even because the more you stay behind, the more you lose the speed. Ooh, there is a contact here! Massive contact with the 26 going sideways into the gravel. So there was a contact between two cars. And unfortunately, the 18 was involved on that incident. That was for 15th place. And also Dactyl yellow flags being shown on his car. Oh, he made contact with the two cars. And now number 331 is possibly in high difficulties, as Wolf is trying the outside, which is inside. There is a car in the sand there. It was possibly the Ferrari 26 or the 777 rather, so apologies. Is also number 10 having troubles somewhere into the wall. You know, it's Bella that wants to pass through and will probably not do so as of now. There have been a lot of incidents in that particular section there earlier on. The car 26 now into the pits, and now you can see Bella going into the inside, trying to make the move on Bellan. For now it doesn't happen there. It's going to be interesting to see the pace of the 331 after the contact. How much they are losing per lap. The moment 37.4, so they are lapping a bit slower. Well, a lot more than a bit. As Dale is able to make a 36.7. And again, the 331 into the wall. Once more. Possibly a lot of nervousness. I went wide and then braked and then went sideways into the wall, completely demolishing the car at this point. I want to try to see if I can go back to see the incident. Maybe from here, not really. It's already too late. Maybe I can... Here? Maybe? Yes, here it's possible to be seen what happened. Oh, there were... Yeah, there was a massive incident there. Maybe having a look from this side is a bit better. So you can see what happened. There was also a Mercedes from FRL, which I can't really pinpoint who that is. Yeah, that was just a terrible choice. It was a 50-50 in the end. And in those moments, it's effectively a matter of choices that have to be made in a split second, and unfortunately the Swedish chose the wrong one. Ooh, Wolf now is into the grass. Lost the place on Bellan. Seems like he just lost the rear of the car though. And Bellan will be quite pleased with that in his mind. Oh, there is another contact now between Welf and Sberla. Sberla was trying the move, but clearly didn't happen. But yeah, very unfortunate scenes as that incident completely demolished the 331 race entirely. So I want to see it once more because now I'm seeing that I can do this. So it was effectively sideways here. And then the car went back into the racetrack as soon as possible and actually... Yeah, that's why I was so confused. It was actually the 26 basically flying back into the racetrack as soon as possible, as soon as the chance was available. And it was just the worst possible moment to do it. So now there is the battle for effectively the lead of the race, but sooner rather than later it may also become a freeway fight for that very lead. With Dale that is gaining and gaining and gaining as time passes. Now Sparks is getting probably tired to see the rear of that Porsche up there for the first place. There may be a chance now. You can see how close the two cars are. And in fact, Campos takes the inside line, which is going to be actually the wrong idea there for a moment. But Campos remains on the inside of Box 10, so Sparks stays on the outside, and unfortunately there isn't much to be done there on the outside, thanks to the Porsche's grip. So everything has to be postponed to another lap. No, Campos that will have to defend first place. At this point it's probably getting I wouldn't say a must, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to the car 84 to go into the pits earlier than expected, especially at this point where the gaps are way larger than before, so the risk of getting trapped behind another car is lower. Whichever pit has to be made after the 2 hour and 10 minutes mark though, otherwise there won't be enough time for the final stint. Oh, that's a bit too much wide for the Porsche. That left for a moment a brief opportunity for Sparks that didn't catch. Oh, that liftoff was definitely not necessary. In fact, now Sparks going flat out may have a chance on the outside. He actually breaks 200 meters earlier. As a 15-second penalty has been issued to Vinogradov, possibly for one of the 300s of incidents that have happened between that car and many others. Oh, that's way more than a bit of a loss of traction. You can see back from here the Porsche loses a bit the rear, and the McLaren does even more. Coordinated traction loss, and this is just giving the opportunity to the cars behind to close the gap as much as possible, as Dale and Clifford are just 6 seconds behind. In fact, the two behind are basically gaining an entire second per lap on the duo here. And not only that, but Clifford actually gaining on the car that is gaining. 36.6 was the last lap, as always. Clifford is the quickest car on the entire grid. 36.5 was the last lap. 37.1 was the one from Dale, and the duo in front made basically a 39. So situation at the moment is not looking great for the podium sitters, as Clifford is very close to make it happen. So now there is a triple fight. There is the one for 6th place even, because Preto has been gaining and gaining on the teammates. And now there is Sparks that may have a chance to make it happen. He goes to the right. There is another car there that was slowing down for the leader. Nearly colliding with number 84 that stays behind. As Preto gains the place on Granella, possibly team orders, as I don't really see them fighting for position. And also Clifford is very close to the one in front. So now these two are... Possibly Sparks is getting very, very angry for Campos' existence, because the two behind are just 5 seconds behind, not even. So I would expect a complete shuffle of the top 4 in some moments. Campos clearly slower in the last corner compared to Sparks. The car number 84 is struggling to find a spot, while behind you could see them. They are approaching quickly the duo in front, with Sparks that's still trying whichever line is available, and every one of them is cleverly defend. Okay. Why is the shadow working anymore? Okay. It's clearly getting defended in every possible way by Campos. And oh, was there a flag there? Never mind. And here Spark is still behind, while Dale is also on the very same boat as Campos. The car behind is way quicker. And in this track there isn't much that can be done, with Messina and Bilotti also fighting for a position there in turn 1, number 12, but nothing happens there. For now. So multiple fights going on at the moment, which really put me into a difficult zone, because I don't really know which one to choose. I really think that at this point the Clifford may just wait for the pit stops, because Dale is gaining on the duo in front, not as quickly as Clifford, but still. Oh, that's a bit sideways for the Mercedes driver. So Clifford's wheels may stay behind the Mercedes if needed. But obviously this is not what will happen. Possibly Clifford will try whatever is possible to make a move into 3rd place. Then there are 5 seconds of gap between Sparks and Dale, and then there is the leader 5 meters in front. And again, it's the same exact script as always. Sparks on the outside, Campos on the inside, and that's the exact same thing that happened to Dale and Clifford. The same exact result too. In this case, doing a dive bomb is not really the worst of ideas. Simply throwing the car, losing a bit of time, but it may be the best choice. Yeah, because now Dale is getting very slowly, lapping the same times as the ones in front. And remember that Clifford was able to make 36.5 consistently, so he's virtually losing a second per lap. As Dale also has been given a 5 seconds penalty for just here into, let me see, okay, it is for the move that happened between the 202 and the 88 into turn 1 earlier on, where Nopek went for an aggressive move on the inside. It has been deemed as unnecessary contact, and so 5 seconds have been given to the number 88, which now is automatically behind Clifford. And considering that, it will be beneficial for the 88 to just let the car behind pass. This point luckily goes the opposite way around and defends as much as possible. As Campos is now into the pits very early, trying to undercut everyone else, and I really think that many of the drivers out there will follow this car into the pits. With Clifford is still in contention for position, which at this point going into the pits to undercut, I don't think it will be a bad idea at all. Also, the 149 penalty of 15 seconds is because of can't see the reason there, unfortunately, since it hasn't been submitted. Okay, it was for what happened into the chicane. So the 15 seconds penalty is was applied to the 149. Also, there is a move there. Not really, the Sandy stays behind. So the 15 second penalty is to be applied after the contact with the 212 into the chicane. That was the reason why the 149 has the penalty. Now the Honda goes on the inside. A very clean move too, which leaves Granella in 7th place with Andy, and now he's in 6th place. This car has been gaining a ton of time, and he is alone too. And his pace is currently very good, number 28. Clifford for now is still behind the number 88. Even if Dale seems like he has strengthened his pace in the last laps, 36.6 was the last lap by Dale, which is not really that far from Clifford's optimum. In fact, Clifford's lap times were basically in the 36.5, so entirely on pace. Maybe there was some fuel saving happening or something else, because now the times are actually quite good, and not even that, but Clifford is actually losing some time from Dale. As you can see now the gap is 8 tenths, and the last lap for Dale was actually a 36.9. The gap to Sparks is just 2 seconds. In fact, Clifford is now losing some time from Dale up there. Also, Granella is finding massive difficulties keeping the car on track, getting approached by not even his opponent behind, but you can see that white Porsche behind is actually virtually the leader, but he has to make 2 places on track, considering there is not any— oh, there is a contact actually! Damage between Bellan and Granella, with Granella that literally closed the door in the face of the Mercedes because of, well, clearly the 999 missing altogether the braking point. There's also been a 77 into the gravel, it's just like a mistake on its side, and some time has been lost too. So Kino is now quite close to the car in front. I don't know how much defense will be put in action by the McLaren there, and the answer is not too much. Clearly took by surprise, but 69 goes through without any particular issue. Last lap was a 35.7, and at this point Sparks is losing 3 seconds per lap, with Clifford just behind, and Dale that made the undercut with 2 hours to go. And Bilot is now sitting in the middle of the track. Too sure what's happening there. So Svella goes in 10th as Wolf went into the pits. Novak is also into the gravel, and you can see all those 15-second penalty after all the incidents have been cleared. with the 212 that makes the pass on that. That's for unfortunately just 21st place, since Zompel is not really in the correct position after everything that has happened to this team. They're trying to make back the places, but clearly not much can be made. They are 2 laps behind the leader at the moment. So Keenan is now your new, well, new. He still was, but he is officially sort of the. That was my knee. Keenan is now back into the lead, as Sparks not only the James Perry now. This car here lost 6 seconds on Keenan. Now standing there on top of everybody else without too much trouble. Bilotti is now into the pits for the Assetto Racing team, and the 52 is showing yellow flags. Now this actually is a very real yellow flag. It's not a pit entry for 52 since he went on the throttle way too early and threw it into the wall. With Rivera now back into the Bricks Racing car. Some seconds behind Perry, but not too many. With actually the 88 that had to go for not only repair damage, but also the 5 seconds of penalty that have been put over the car. So that's why Dompek is now 8 seconds behind Rivera, who is now 2 seconds behind Perry too. So everything still has to be said. Ooh, that's James Perry also going into the grass. He has lost some time too, which not only for Bellan, but because of Rivera being just 2 seconds behind, it's going to be extremely important. We now Rivera in front of Bellan, but it's not really for position since Bellan still has to pit. Snopek now is the fastest car on track since a 35.2 has been submitted by the Polish driver, going very quick in 6th place. And the gap between Nopek and Rivera has been cut by several seconds. 2 seconds have been gained by Nopek on Rivera in just a lap, and with just 6 more to go. in 3 laps we may have the 2 drivers battling for the place. Obviously Rivera also had a car in front, which slowed the pace a bit. As you can see, also the 999 going to the pits, which now leaves. Okay, Nopek's time this time around was very slow compared to his potential. 36.2 for the Polish driver. And also having a blue flagged car in front will not help their race at the moment. Then there are 6 seconds to Rivera, and then there are another 4 to Perry, which is 7.5 seconds away from Keenan. As this car stayed on the lead for basically the entire time, except the pit desynchronizations. For example, now Manrum is in front of everybody else, but they have to make the pit in the upcoming 4 minutes. And there are 26 seconds of difference between Manrum and Keenan, so don't expect anything out of the ordinary to happen there. Usually lose 55 seconds in the pit, so this will put Manrum in the 202 in 5th place. Still a top 5, so not really that worst of things, as the advisor car is now also into the pits. Also team personal best being submitted by James Perry, 35.4 for the driver in the 84 McLaren. And 35.6 being submitted by Keenan. At this point I think it's just managing the pace, even considering their best time is a 35.4. So there is no particular reason to go over the limit. It's way better to manage the tires and to race them until the next pit stop happens. Currently there is Giuffrida also getting very close to the Italian in front, with Pitaccio in 10th place. This time here in the 180 McLaren made a personal team best in the very last lap, 36.450. The moment is on point with basically the top of the teams. But Vitaccio's lap times are still to be shown. But the 555 is having some troubles here. Was that an incident from behind, or was it self-submitted? It was way too much on the inside and then a crunch into the wall for the car 555 in 36th place. Pitaccio clearly answered to the call going a second 0.5 away from Giuffrida, so he gained half a second in just the last lap. With Haas making also a team personal best in 8th place in the car number 73. As also Manrum went for the mandatory pit in sort of no man's land at this point, since Landolfi is 20 seconds behind and Nopek is also 20 seconds behind. So this Porsche here is possibly just going to be in 5th overall, unless some surprises happen. The situation is quite stable. There's also Chris Jones here battling with Oberyn behind in the 203. This car had several spins and incidents during the race. And possibly not really finding itself in the correct placement. In fact, the personal best is a 36.2, and to find the next 36.2 in the past, the best lap times, we have to go into 19th place with Zompel driving it, so you can clearly understand what the pace actually was for this car here. Earlier on I was speaking about Giuffrida's lap times, but I think it's going to be Giovannini that will be more of a danger for Pitaccio than Giuffrida itself, as the last lap for Giovannini was a 35.7. Which is the last lap has been the quickest lap time of the entire field, and he clearly is going to be quite a danger for the car in front. If you are asking why the number 149 still hasn't made the pit, is because they are completely off sync. They are 46 minutes into the stint, same with Zagdal, for the damage that happened early on during the race. And for the 331 is 2 laps behind the leader, but just a very unlucky moment for their race. The McLaren here is clearly finding some troubles to maintain the gap to the car behind, actually losing massively. Last lap, another 4 tenths have been lost from Giuffrida to Giovannini, with 4 tenths of gap between the two. And then 180 losing also from the car in front, so at this point it's Giovannini that is clearly gaining on actually both drivers. And with just more than 90 minutes to go, still everything has to be said about the race. The current situation putting also Pitacci extremely close to Haas in front. That was lapping quite okay, then something really broke because Haas is now lapping into the 37.8. Jofrida just put the personal team best for 6.4. So all these three drivers are basically gaining on Haas ultimately. Up here in 8th place. That's clearly the lap time is possibly because of the Mercedes that it had in front. But Pitacci is now extremely close to the 180. Oh, you can see how late on the brakes the Mercedes was, but not in a wrongfully way. Actually, it's Haas that is braking a bit too early compared to a more aggressive racing line. As the 182 also is into the wall there twice. Although these four drivers with Haas, Pitacci, Jofrida and Giovannini are all battling for the same 8th place. Even if Pitacci and Jofrida are 2 seconds apart, the gap is closing down massively very quickly too. As you can see, the two cars behind in the white colors clearly recognizable. There is a car stopped in the middle of the track. It was the 182 that is letting everybody pass through. Literally stopping in the middle of the track to do it as safely as possible after the damage it received. Pitacci is now just 3 times away from... Ooh, there is also... Here, I really think that Giovannini went for the move as late as possible, and now on the outside is going to be quite difficult for the McLaren number 52. Side by side still for the two McLaren, but Jofrida on the inside has the better hand on the next corner, but Giovannini completely shuts the door before it's too late, so Giovannini will stay in 10th place and Jofrida will lose the place on the McLaren Forza GT Corsa. They've lost a second by doing the move, but clearly it will be better in the long scheme, long term, in the grand scheme. I kind of mixed the two way of saying. So in the long term it will be way better for Giovanni to lose that second there. And now Vitaccio goes for the move on inside. There is a contact between the two cars with Haas on the outside that keeps the place. Vitaccio clearly tried to kind of open the door rather than go for an open door, but it clearly didn't happen. And now Haas was in front of all of them because you can see Haas into the wall. Oh, it lagged massively. Yeah, that is massive lag from the 73. Is unfortunately having some connection issues. And making contact with the Panda car. That still is in 4th place. More contact with another McLaren there. I didn't understand what really happened between 73 and the 804. And apparently it have some major connection issues. In the worst possible moment too. And I think the 804 in 33rd place was unfortunately simply just there. In fact it collected massive damage. That car was lagging massively. Luckily for the cars behind, this wasn't a great problem, but clearly Haas internet connection went into the roof. And brought the car to a halt. So now Vitaccio is here in 8th place with Giovannini gaining in the last lap. An entire second has been gained by the Italian here for GT3 Corsa. With Vitaccio that will have to look in the mirrors as that McLaren is going very quick. There's also the battle for 20th place with another car into the wall. It was Novak being sent into the wall, or did it send itself? I think it was maybe the second option. No, it was actually, yeah, it is the second option. Trying to make the pass as quickly as possible. Actually utilized the entirety of the racetrack, wall comprehensive. It's actually Christophersen battling for Karner's place in 20th place. Oh, that's nearly. Complete loss of the car. With Christophersen's car that sideways for a brief moment. Haas is back into the pits. Seems like the connection issues are still there. Seeing from the rear end damage, maybe something else happened. I'm not seeing anything. Just control, so possibly not even the in-game system saw it. So unfortunately Ars goes down into the standing, not really for a mistake of him, of his, but rather for a simply I saw the 935 going somewhere, not really on track though. Something really happened there between the 935 and I'm looking at the Aston Martin, but it was self-inflicted, braking on the grass, trying to go back on the racetrack, and unfortunately it was also the number 88 colliding with the Aston Martin and losing some other time. It was the number 2 of the Rebrew. As you can see from here, it braked massively, and then from behind the 88 clearly went through without really to see from here because it was very odd. Yeah, it was very late notice, and Henty unfortunately was also in the grass in the very same manner, spinning into the grass and losing some seconds, but luckily no other cars were involved, and it stays in 7th. So yeah, it was more on Nopek that simply didn't look forward and collided with the number with the Aston Martin number 2. Giovannini stays behind the pit touch, but clearly the gap has been going down and down as the time passed, with the gap now 2 seconds because of the car that has been just passed now, but earlier on it was 3, so a second has been gained there at the very least. There's also Karner passing now a Mercedes that nearly collides with the Porsche, with clear damage to the front of the car. In 33rd place, that's Chiaramonte in 804. That has to go slower because the fastest car are approaching, but clearly doesn't seem to do so instantly. There's also 77 in the middle of the track, the 777, apologies, with over the curb, and finally going sideways, not into the wall, but still losing several seconds there. And also there is a 30-second penalty for the car number 934. 30-second penalty. Why? 50 seconds is very harsh, and the reason is not yet shown. The 30-second penalty have been issued to K934, and I don't see anything in the race control that could be because of that, because if something is very, very old, I'm not seeing any 934 in the race control. I'm just seeing one, but it's like at the very beginning of the race with the car number 13. This is also Besselink battling for place number 14 with Messina. That's for 14th place. The two Ferrari 296 battling between us racing team and Soggetti Corsa. There is also another yellow flag being shown. It's actually somebody going into the pits, and I have to worry about. Nearly 77 colliding with 81. Extremely close between the two cars. And now there is the chance for a better exit by Messina's car. For Soggetti Corsa goes extremely late on the brakes. Way too late, and in fact loses a heavy chunk of time. And the reason for the 30 seconds has been posted now. Braking too late into T1 lap 1 and running into the back of the number 7. Can I show it? The number 7. Is it this one? No, way too late. So something happened at the very beginning of the race that I clearly missed. And a 30-second penalty have been issued, but I wondered the reason for it. 30 seconds plus 5 points. For causing a collision with the number 7. I clearly was looking a bit forward and I didn't even notice the incident. There was just too much going on at the very beginning. But there is Besselink and Messina, one after the other for 14th place. So Carner's penalty will put them in 20th place, so they really don't lose that much time. They lose 2 places, actually just 1, as also the Soggetti Corsa goes into the inside of Besselink and makes the move into 14th place in turn 1 with a huge speed advantage, clearly coming out way quicker from the exit of the last turn, and that really put a good advantage on that car number 77. As here there is also the 18 and the 738 battling for place number 15. With a Ferrari Laston that is trying to go on the inside. As I was saying earlier. Oh, never mind what I was saying earlier, because now there is Aston Martin going inside and making a move by a bit of a surprise on Van Horn. So Brown overtakes it for 15th place. You can see from the splitter, braking very lately, diving into the inside, but it was extremely valid. It wasn't really anything too odd you see that in real life way more than once. As there is this little conception that GT racing has to happen without a single contact, but whilst in my mind it has to be, I won't say like touring cars, because that's literally just throwing the car and hoping for the best. Well, former touring car, because now it's dead. But in my mind, GT racing can and should be more physical. Every single contact shouldn't be penalized. And many times you see some overtake happen like this one, and I really think that this should be like the normal overtake in GT racing. It should be the average one. As also here there is the 212 trying the comeback on the places. This will be for 21st place. It happens quite easily. It is 21st place for Aleman. That still has a long way to go to at least get into the top 20. Well, not really, because Karner will go basically 5 seconds in front of Aleman, and Schiebel will go 5 behind at the moment. So Aleman could be able to at least clinch a place, which Karner that will just lose the position on Christoffersen at the moment. But as the time passes, as here there is immense traffic to be dealt with for the 88. There's also Rivera very close to the 88. With just 2 seconds of difference between the two cars. And there's been something happened here between the two cars, with the 228 having some struggles. Oh yeah, massive contact between the two cars there. With the 228 completely missing the braking point and going straight into the back of the 473, and there is another contact there between the 49 and the 26. These are not battling for position. The BMW is lapping the Ferrari, but here you can see, oh, a little touch on the curb. And unfortunately both cars went sideways, with the BMW having the best and not really losing that much time. So Rivera and Opek are one after the other. In just a second and a half of difference. There could be a high chance for the 88 to make it into the podium, at the very least. this was a bit of a lap with the current 4th position holder that had every kind of issue going over them. And now they are just shy of the podium in the number 88 with Rivera that is up there, very close to making it happen. I'm not seeing any particular penalty being issued in the steward room, so for now this one is and will possibly be the closest battle on track for the upcoming laps. Rivera's lap time that has been slower than Opek's one's consistently, apologies. Since Nopek's times are around this 36 low, whilst Rivera's one were until now. Don't know if anything changes. Into the 37 low, so you can clearly see the difference being nearly a second, actually a second in some moments, but Rivera's lap times, in fact it was just the last couple of laps, in fact I was remembering correctly, as Rivera's lap this time around was a 36.4, since Rivera's... Ooh, Pitaccio 999 with yellow flags. Actually, there's a contact here between Giovannini and Pitaccio. Something clearly happened between the two cars. Was it a mistake? All on the... Oh, there was a car going sideways. Contact with both drivers. With that McLaren basically going sideways early on. And unfortunately, Pitaccio will be forced to pit for damage repair, unless somehow he managed to escape with only a position being lost, even if I find it difficult. But Nopek here, even after some front-end damage, is clearly gaining on the car in front, with Rivera that has been lapping on the 36 high for the entirety of the stint. Well, for the last part of the stint, obviously. And in fact now Nopek has the chance to go on the inside. There isn't nothing to be made there, or actually there is just a space for a single car. And in fact Nopek takes the line into turn 1 and completes the overtake even before turn 2. I wonder if there is an answer from behind, but doesn't seem so. But for now Rivera will stay behind, and I don't think there is going to be an answer from the car there. I think Pitaccio has some heavy damage from that particular contact. That somehow isn't showing. There is control. But now Giuffrida is closing on the Mercedes there. That clearly has some, I suppose, some rear end damage, or some front, or a mix of the two. Why? Because Pitacho was clearly faster than Giuffrida before that happened. But clearly the car is a bit more unstable now. Possibly there is some diffuser damage rather than anything else, and the diffuser is extremely sensitive. Once that is damaged, it's not really a lot of seconds to repair, but that struggles your stability enormously. As we are into the 1 hour and 10 marker line. Oh, another mistake by Pitacho. This is extremely important though, because clearly Giuffrida will have the upper hand on a possible move. But the Mercedes AMG is extremely strong in the top speed. There's also a couple of other fights going on. There is, for example, the one for 21st place, even if it's just technicality for us, considering this is the penalty for Schiebel. There's the one between Watt and GG for 27th place with the BMW that goes on inside, tries to defend, but the Lamborghini goes on the outside and makes the pass easily on the BMW number 13. It's also the 149 there. They are in 17th place, so they are not really battling for the place. Number 9. As Haas also went through Schiebel. That's more than a formality than anything else, since the SimTech racing car has a 15-second penalty to be paid. And the 149 is now trying the attack, trying to unlap themselves, but don't know how much of a good idea that is. Oh, another contact! The 149 being extremely physical this round. And the one earlier. And the one earlier. And the one... Okay, it's getting... Somehow it's getting recurrent. A situation like that. But now Pitacho can be grateful for their existence, since now there is a second or difference between his car and Giuffrida's one. He's now back into the game. Oh, there is extremely wide moment there. For Giuffrida, that unfortunately loses the car. And a second on Pitacho. It's also Novak in the 955 is gaining massively on the car in front. In fact, there is just 3 times of a difference between Novak and Jones. With the 792 that is heavily damaged on the front, the released. So I don't think that this overtake will take much. In fact, there is already the thought of it happening, but not really now. Maybe now on the inside, in fact it is. And the 935 for Advisor goes into 25th place. And overtake Jones for the position number 25, with the Advisor that goes in front of the Halloween car, with also Goodway getting very close to their Porsche. Right now good way goes, very quick, and on the inside of the chicane there was a fault there, but there is no proper move going through on the chicane, but actually just later on it's going to be the outside, even if there is a quicker car that has to pass by, which is the number 934 in 19th place. I think that the Porsche will have to look at the battle firstly. The Lamborghini that goes into 26th place. Johnson has to let pass that visor 934 with 30 seconds penalty. Currently Oborin is gaining massively on Shibal too, but even that will not be for a proper position, since it's already on Oborin's portfolio, with the Porsche that has a 15-second penalty. Chiaramente into the pits now. Just as soon as the 65 minutes marker is off, clearly the damage is good reason to do it. Even Pitaccio into the pits so to repair the car. Osobrin is now closing rapidly on the car in front, but remember that this one is not really a proper overtake. With also 792 going into the pits. In a contact between the two cars, with the Mercedes that clearly has a lot of pace compared to the Porsche. It keeps it in front, but I'm seeing... Oh, there is a contact actually! And Shibel, slightly tapped, takes the opportunity to go also into the pits. With Goodway, there is also now gaining some pace on Novak in front. Now the gap is 1.6 seconds. 2-1-2 is actually this time. This one is into the gravel, and there's also Eck extremely close to the car in front. This one is for effective position. Into the inside it goes. There isn't really a chance on Besselink. Both cars still have to make a pit stop. So this one is a proper overtake this time around. With Eck that goes on the right. On the inside, which then becomes the outside, but takes it into the outside with a way better exit. And takes position number 12 on Besselink's Assetto Racing team. And also Bellan that just made the pit stop, so they are already a position upper compared to everybody else. And Oberyn is now into the pits for the mandatory pit. As Bellan in the triple line is basically battling with Giovannini in 8th place. So this pass has to happen as quickly as possible. With the leader that also went earlier for a pit stop. It's actually a mandatory earlier pit stop, considering there were just 50 seconds remaining on their stint. So it's not really like they have a choice. So Bellan goes into the inside. It doesn't happen because the 555 has to be passed by everybody else. That is a lap the car. That also goes sideways. So it technically has let faster cars pass by. The method is irrelevant. Important thing is the end. Bellan on the inside thinks about going for a lounge. That can't happen. It's very unfortunate because they are losing seconds per lap. Currently, Eck gained nearly, no, actually did gain more than 3 seconds in a single lap. That's basically the time that Bellan has lost behind the Ferrari number 81. There could be the opportunity here for Bellan into the chicane once more. The gap is slightly more than earlier. With the Ferrari now going into the pits, followed by the 73 in 21st place, leaving free air to Bellan to try to reach back an important placement. Now also Giuffrida into the pits, and the Ferrari number 520 does the same, leaving a few other cars out. Then to pick some cars that are possibly battling. This is Bessany now out of the pits, just 2 seconds behind Christophersen. This car here still has to make the mandatory pit too. But something that is slightly different is the one between the 149 and Brown in front. They still have to make the pit. So both cars are battling for effective lead position. Even if the stint timers are slightly different. As you can see now, the gap is quite little between Brown and Stelenkov. As also Christoffersen and Nopek are into the pit lane, but Brown will probably try to defend as much as possible the position number 13 for now. It could be 18 by the end of the pits. Oh, unfortunately it just goes extremely wide in block 10, which leaves the door open to the Stelenkov to make it happen into the chicane. For now, into the outside it stays, with Brown keeping the momentum high on the outside and actually managing to try to defend the position into the inside of the last two corners, with the Ferrari that goes on the gravel slightly and undermines the Ferrari's top speed, with Aston that also had a terrible exit because of its positioning. But net speed is the same for both cars, with now Brown keeping the position on the 149. Nearly losing the rear. For much they are trying to pressure the overtake. Bit too much wide for the Aston Martin. The Ferrari is behind, going for the move, and in fact it does so thanks to a mistake by Brown that goes on the grass and loses the place on the 149 Crazy Life Racing, now in 13th place. There's also battle for placement between Wolf and Kale. This is entirely for position. With the last pit stop that lasted a bit too much for Wolf. It is now some temps in front of the 203. Trying to catch at least another placement after the terrible first stint that has happened. But maybe there may be the chance in the upcoming laps for Kiel, as a German team, for the first time that I'm seeing a effective junior team being set up. He's battling for position number 24. As there is also the battle for 4th place unraveling, as now Clifford is back in the car and Dale is back in the 88. Oh, extremely close between the two cars. Leaving the chance for a brief moment to the 203 to make the move. But with 51 minutes to go, it's game on. Whichever tactic they need will be used. See here the SS driver getting extremely close to the Ferrari. In fact, there is a little tap in the side, and Sparks is showing yellow flag because he's going to the pits for a stop and go penalty. Stop and go 30 for Sparks. Actually, not really for Sparks, but rather for James Perry, but for the Apex Esport entirely. So they will lose the position number 3 and 4 as these two are passing through. And maybe just that, to be fair. But they will lose certainly the podium placement. Maybe even the one on Schaber though, now that I think about it. So back here with Wolf, that now has a chance to make it happen with a way better exit into block 10, and in fact now it is the Mercedes that goes sideways and loses the grip on exit, and the Honda is now passing through, the Honda in 7th place. Absurd race starting from 20th for Handy. Fourteen places being gained. With an extreme consistency being applied. Kind of reminds me of someone. As also battle here still unraveling with the battle for third on basically the same terms. So this one here is way closer. You can see the Mercedes how aggressive it's becoming. Clearly wants the placement. After an heavy start, both drivers are in a wrongful placement in the grid for different reasons. Pushing a light, letting me know that he wants to pass, and it's getting less and less of a question. With 46 minutes to go, I think it can still be said what placement, as Dale went wide there on exit, which could bring Clifford to a move on the outside. I find it difficult to happen, and in fact it doesn't. From here you can see in front there isn't any issue, but behind. Okay, with yellow flags being shown sideways in the middle of the track. Oh, way too much on the inside, and yeah, that's on the 203 that lost the car entirely on themselves. Now even behind the teammate car, but actually a lap in front. That kind of summarizes the 203 race. Very good and very aggressive. Way too much though. You know, this is the closest one we have. With Clifford and Dale battling for the second place in the podium after the 84 had to go through the pits. With the 202 that will have to make the pit in the upcoming lap. There isn't really any other choice. So 77 is having some troubles. Oh, there's been a contact with someone else. Just the Lamborghini. It's not showing me the number. Nor anything else, to be fair. As Shower is in fact into the pits. With Dale still defending against Clifford for the second place. I wonder if the 202 can manage to get into 4th place after a stop-and-go penalty issued to car 84. There may be a chance. That's actually possible. As the 202 is still into the pits, but Sparks is an eternity behind, so I really think the Chabas and the MSR Esport can be in 4th place without too many troubles. In fact, it is the situation there. 25 seconds in front of the 84, so 4th place being gained. So 20 is game on for 2nd place in the standings. Ultimately, I think the championship is way more to, oh, there is a currently the 88 going extremely wide. Nearly losing the place on that particular moment. Goes sideways once more, extremely keen on the brakes. Oh, contact between the two cars, but Dale loses the place momentarily on Clifford on the outside of the chicane. Lunge on the brakes. Mercedes keeps the outside, somehow keeps the position. But Clifford's Ferrari is way quicker on exit. And oh, there is more contact between the two cars with the 88 of Dale that clearly wants to pass through. And on the inside, after a little tap with a Ferrari driver, Dale will ultimately be forced to stay behind. As you can see, the front is flapping a lot. Some heavy damage on the splitter. The splitter that is basically going up and down constantly. But I really think the Ferrari in front has some diffuser damage. So it's going to be a question of who has the less damage at the end. Udele clearly wants back the second place. Situation is still tense between the two cars here. But maybe, just maybe. No, okay, never mind. Maybe it's all over, but unfortunately I don't have a replay. Try to see what happened earlier on. Well, actually, I do have it. Just that I have to go through it manually. So this was the situation from behind. As you can see, the Mercedes trying the position and kind of forcing the Ferrari wide. And the 88 on the side possibly thought that leaving the place would have been a way better idea to avoid any penalty. But damage was already done. As now you can see Dale still close. 36 seconds behind Kino, so this point 69. Even with the drive-through will be in front of everybody else with a very dominant performance. But I also think that Clifford can sleep calmly, knowing that Dale's pace for now is not enough to catch the car in front. As Kiel also had a 5-second penalty, but it's a bit outside the point since Wolf is gaining 2 seconds per lap on Barth at the moment. You can see that Ferrari is gaining massively with the time that passes. A lot of placements can still be decided. Look at this one, even if Barth this time around is a bit quicker, so I think that lap was a bit out of the ordinary. 36.9 for Barth, 36.8 for Wolf. So now the 73 has to go quicker for Gazelle Motorsport with the advisory racing team that is losing a bit of time from the car behind, but not that much, so we could see some defense getting applied. Ooh, again a 555 going sideways. And the Gazelle Motors was extremely wide on entry. with Granella also losing the place on Eck after a mistake in Bock 9. Oh, breaking on the grass is not really the greatest of ideas. Sideways for them, and Eck goes through without any particular trouble. Back here with these two battling for 20 seconds. Unfortunately, the 3-3-1 will still have to make a pit. I don't think they will change the tires. Very likely they will just put fuel in the car. I see they will have to go through the pits at the very least, so 22 seconds have to be lost. But they can still end in the top 10 somehow. It's not really easy, but they can still do it. This time around, Barf has gained some time on Wolf. Clearly the gap is a bit higher than earlier. The second half, with a second and a half, 2 seconds of gap basically going up and down. There isn't really yellow flag is not for the pits. It's actually Messina losing the place on Bilotti. And I wonder why. Sideways. Oh, it was actually a very late break. Colliding with another car. Actually, nearly colliding with 2 cars. Was it the leader? It was the leader, actually. 2. We know Messina in 15th place, 4 seconds behind Bilotti, after sending the car into the inside a bit too quickly. And to avoid further issues, we went for a spin. And the gap between Barf and Wolf, even if Barf's last lap was the best team lap time, unfortunately there is a car in front which is clearly a lapped car. I think it is the number 4. In 30th place, it is not. Oh, it is number 4. That is clearly giving trouble to the advisor car. That's lost a lot of time behind. Ooh, the number 18. Oh, there are several cars getting involved in an incident. With the 18, 203 and 475. It was the 203 that went for a move to unlap themselves. Contact with the 203. This keeps. They actually lost position number 16 on Brown. So possibly some more penalty will come to the 203, which already has a 5 seconds penalty for an earlier incident. This could be another one for them. Burjo stopped in the middle of the track. A bit dangerous, to be fair. As we're seeing here, Granello is back in front of Eck. I'm not really sure how this happened. Clear mistake on Eck's side. This move has to be done as quickly as possible. To avoid losing even more time, considering there is already a sort of drive-through to go after. As also Colin Brenda has gained a place on Brown. Oh, that's why the place has been gained. Brown went extremely wide on exit. And the place has been lost on a Mercedes driver that now keeps it. For now, ooh, the Brown goes way too much on the outside, breaks on the grass, and goes straight, nearly colliding with the Mercedes in front. We know Eck that will be able to go into 8th place momentarily, with the mechanic behind going over the curb very aggressively. Oh, more contact with the 555 that gets sent into the wall. Not really having the best day of their life in this mechanic here. There's also Goodway and Novak. With Novak now behind the Honda in 7th place. But with the number 7 behind, it's clearly getting closer and closer. Very close, as a matter of fact. It's just a couple of tenths behind. For 75 with yellow flags being shown, seems like something happening here. Oh, as the two cars pass by, the cars of Westby and Aleman, with Aleman on the outside that tries to make the position number 18, and in fact it happens without too many issues. With Aleman's best lap now at 35.3, nearly quickest lap of the entire race. Sad to see this car only 18th considering their pace. Astronomically good, but several problems at the very beginning, including a self-inflicted front-end damage. Really didn't put the things good for their Porsche in the red variant. Novak now about to start the defensive actions on Goodway behind. That will be for the top 20. We're still slightly less than half an hour to go. Oh, that's extremely wide for the Porsche in purple colors. For now, not even a single penalty has been put forward by the stewards after kills 1, which comes for still no reason, because I can't see anything regarding the 5 seconds being issued. as Novak goes into the pits. Oh, because they still had to make their stint. Oh, okay, yep. There are a couple of cars that still have to make the mandatory pit stop because they are completely off sync. So that's why you're into the pits. Up ahead though, Barf and Wolf are still chasing each other. Now the gap is up to 3.5 seconds after letting some faster cars pass by. Well, the last laps have been compromised by said blue flag maneuvers. But ultimately I think Wolf still has a chance to make it happen into the 21st. 3.5 seconds are are obviously a bit difficult to make up for, but still plenty of time for the team in the 73 lineup, which had some very unfortunate, let's say, events during the race, especially the connection issues, which basically brought the car to a halt and to a crash for no particular reason. As Wolf this time around has lost a couple of times, but still a clean lap still hasn't happened for now. With there is the 204, the 804 that goes a bit on the grass, but doesn't seem to be having too many troubles. Like is 4.6 seconds. Actually, Goodway is getting approached by Barf, so this could still be the battle for top 20. Okay, no, the 7th also has to make another pit stop, so this one is a bit beside the point. Thought to see Wolf apparently losing a lot of time for no particular reason. Oh, there is a car into the wall. It's still the 555. Oh, that doesn't seem to be the reason here. Brown is also just 3 seconds behind Colin Brander. This car here has been losing a tiny bit of time as the time passed. 3 seconds of difference as of now. As the 149 is now also into the pits for their mandatory pit, since the stint timer is over for their car. And in all of this, we may see a bit of a surprise, because the Manurm in the 202 just had the personal team best 35.617, and Dale made a 37.1 and has been losing a hell of a time since the stint started. There are currently 8.5 seconds, but the podium is still available somehow for the German team, because Dale has been lapping in around the 37s. and just by taking a second per lap, it will take 8 laps, which is way less than what is remaining, because around 13 laps are remaining, so there could still be a fight in the very final moments of the race. 38.0 for Dale, 36.9 for Manurm, so already another second has been cut. So Dale's podium is in danger now, with Manurm, that if he keeps the pressure on, could still make something happen. For sure, it has had a bit of a calm weekend compared to the usual. But there's still the chance for making it into the podium. Bit of a last minute effort. At least a last minute effort. I really think that this could really be happening at the very tail end of the race. I'm especially curious about the lap times from Dale's side. That 88 car has been pretty inconsistent with the time, going from 36s to 38s. In fact, now a 46.6 has been submitted by Dale, with Manon being able to just do a 6.5, not really gaining anything. That this inconsistency may be the key for the 202 to make it through, since the lap times have been way more consistent during the entire race. I think that at this point Dale has seen that the gap was going rapidly down, so I think that Dale has now a way more faster pace than earlier on. In fact, not only is keeping the gap of 8 seconds from the car behind, but he's actually shortening the one in front, even if it's a bit too late. Oh, 149 into a contact with someone else in the middle of first corner. They're colliding with some other cars. The reason is to be attributed to a car going out of the pits and colliding with them. Then making a collision with several other cars, but Vinogradov is for now still in 15th place. Unfortunately, because they were gaining on Messina in 14th. But that loss could be massive for them. Seems like Dale is out of nowhere putting a boost in his pace, because now the gap to Clifford is just 6 seconds. 0.8, 0.5, not even. So unless Clifford is having some issues in the car, which I don't think so, I just think that he's managing. As a matter of fact, they just lost half a second in a single sector. Okay, no. Clifford is clearly managing the gap. Manum is still consistently getting there. That's the issue with Dale. He's very quick in the raw pace, but clearly in in the race pace, there is something missing because Manuel has gained an entire second in a very little time, with Eck now going into the pits for the mandatory pit. Even if I think it's going to be just fuel. We'll have a look at here. It will be just a drive-through, in fact. So they are back in 10th place. They will not even refuel the car. They have just enough fuel to make it to the end. Because yes, the steam timer resets when you go through the pits. You don't have to stop. So now Eck just did the 20-second stop, sort of, in its race. And now Bellan is just 7 seconds ahead. And still time for Eck to make it happen. So yeah, in the last lap it has been an entire second gained by Manurm. Now the gap is just 6.7. The gap earlier on was, remember, 8.5. With Sparks, oh, making contact with actually another car there. Which was the 212. Was it a contact from behind or was it just self-inflicted? This was actually the 212 going for the move a bit too late. And putting the 84 off track, but that will not be impactful on their race, considering they are 30 seconds behind Manon and 17 in front of Preto. So that ain't really a big issue, as Granella also is finding some trouble. Yellow flags being shown. Remember that Granella is just 3 seconds in front of Bellan. Oh, it was the 52 going extremely wide, nearly colliding with the cars coming through, with one of them being also the 202. And now Bellan is just 2.5 seconds behind, with Eck 6 seconds behind. So there could still be a three-way fight for the 8th place in the race. You can see that Mercedes behind. Just 2 seconds is the gap there. Oh, another slide by Granella. Finding some difficultness to keep the car, I won't say on track, but rather basically finding some trouble in going 100%. Last lap was a 40.5 with Bellan that managed at 37.3. It's going to be interesting to see lap times on Bellan's behalf, now that I'm putting the focus on his car too. Now that in front, I'm sure that Mandarin is going for the 6 mid, 6 high, whilst Dale seems like his sparks of 36s are very rare. They happen, but they are very rare. For now, the most I'm seeing is a 36.5 with the Aston Martin behind that was going a bit sideways in the grass. But luckily they didn't lose the car entirely. Bellan that now has a 2.5 of distance only. The gap that clearly is sinking massively. You can see there. That car in front. Losing massive chunks of time per lap. In fact, they just made a 6.7. So there are sparks of 36s. The issue is that they don't happen as often as manuals. Since manual is basically making a 36 every single lap. 60.3 this lap around even. So another half a second has been gained regardless. Now the gap is in fact just 4.7 seconds between Dale and Manuel. With a chance for a podium happening in the very last laps. 10 minutes to go. We're speaking about more or less 6 to 7 laps to go. You can see from Granella's point of view that the only thing effectively covering for their position is a blue flagged Aston Martin, so not entirely useful for their battle with the 999. There is also Eck that is getting closer to them. Now 4 seconds behind the duo. I'm quite sure that the Aston Martin of Fink Brown will have to go away and disappear as soon as possible. Actually goes maybe for a move. Somehow. Belan will clearly be a bit angry about the Aston being there. Clearly fishing the light. And to avoid an impeding penalty, they have to make it through in the next lap. Otherwise it's going to be 5 seconds penalty. Then further increment per every lap. So now Aston Martin defends actually the position. What the hell? So we're now noticing the fact that it has to let the fastest cars pass by. It's actually going for the move. What am I seeing at this point? And now it's just the two of them. So Granella and Bellam going for the move. For the overtakes. Maybe. But for now, Granella will have to make the defensive moves count massively. With just 7.5 minutes to go. And the 3 times of gap between the two cars. There isn't any more than Aston Martin in the middle to make it safe for the Saggetti Corse. There's just air. And it's not even that much. I think it's about 10 meters of difference. Bit of an update in front. Manrum is still gaining. Now the gap is very little too. Oh, there is possibly here the chance for Bellan to go into the inside, into box 10. Can't happen there. Maybe it can into the chicane. Could it happen? Into Hans Enster? Not even here. But the fight is clearly on. Who was that? So Alan Brown basically kills the Mercedes for no apparent reason. Okay, good. Not the one for the record. I just get frustrated with these things, honestly. It's just no sense in my mind. It doesn't have any sense. As you can see here from the helicam, I don't think there is many... I don't think there is anything to be said. I don't think any defense can even exist at that point. It's bad that it is about to lose the place on the Mercedes behind. With the 108, they're still trying to keep the 10th place with Ek that magically gained the 9th too after what happened earlier. And now there is also the 8th and the chance for the number 331, as you can see here. Ganella is losing massive chunks of time from behind. Just 4 minutes to go. Three laps remaining. Oh, maybe 4. Oh, I can't count anymore. 3 laps to go, to be fair. With Ek that has the immense chance to make it happen there. Into 8th place. They were battling for basically the podium. But something clearly happened. Oh, again, Sparks with yellow flags being shown. Seems like something on their own though. As we go back here for the battle for 8th place. Those tires seems to be good enough. And maybe Ferrari goes there for the move. It doesn't happen as of now, but there's actually a contact behind. I'm seeing some yellow flags being shown. As this is the reason. Was it actually... Oh, it was actually the 180 going sideways and unfortunately colliding with the Mercedes behind. I want to see if it was a contact from... Oh, it was all on themselves though. I thought there was a contact with the Mercedes behind, but there was actually just a moment with the gravel. Manro made another second, but it may just be a literal race to the line for the Mission Spino Racing 202. With Benjamin Ecke that still wants to make it into Arturo Granella. Sweden against Italy. As again, the 999 is finding itself in a bit of troubles. How can this happen? Was there a contact? It was a contact with the 212. It was even more contact with another blue flagged car, which I think it was the 935.
Leaders on final lap now.
Leader is not in the final lap, trust me. So Eck is now very much closing on Granella, but in front is the battle for the podium. That effectively is happening at the very tail end of the race. As now, the white flag has been shown to Terence Keenan, but we have to go through after these two and these two, because both cars, both battles are happening at the same moment, and they are for 8th and 3rd place simultaneously. We'll stay with this one for now, simply because it seems to be the closest one of the two. Not that one of the two is closer than the other, considering there is just centimeters of difference between, well, among all of them. And the Ferrari goes on the inside into the chicane, crashes into the right door of the 52, but nothing happens there. Maybe something happens here with Manrum going slipstream, getting towed by Dale for the last lap of their race. But outside, nothing can be made there. But still, the gap is very little. There is still an entire lap to go for them. There is maybe the move here into the hairpin that can't happen there. It's highly impossible. As we go through Shelviak, nothing here is also doable. But there is one car that is coming across the line after 4 hours. Starting on pole, finishing in first place is going to be Terence Keenan and Rafa Campos for FRL in first place. And it's going to be Jonas Clifford and Ricardo Rivera in second. But there is still beef is going on with Granella and Eck. Still going for the place. Number 8 is going to be Eck into the outside on the 52, which is highly impossible for the Ferrari to go through the Sargetti Corse. In front is going to be Manrum, that unfortunately will have to stay behind the Mercedes at the very tail end of the race, just getting happy with 4th place, that after everything that has happened is a lot better than expected. And Dale completes for Mad Panda Racing with Thomas Nopek in the podium and the fastest lap of the race too. 84 completes it in 5th with Sparks and James Perry, but Granella and Eck will complete the race one after the other. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can be made by the FRL car, with Sargetti Corse completes it in 8th place. FRL in 10th. Bellan with what remains of the car and a drive-through for, I suspect, exceeding track limits, because that's the only thing that comes to my mind. In 12th, with Berla going in 11th, and that's for the Skate Racing, which is actually the Italian job car. And then we have the 81 for the Assetto Racing team in 13th place, with the Crazy Life Racing, Sargetti Corse, Assetto Racing team in 16th place, with the MSR in 17th, with FRL number 738 in 18th, 46 of 2S Racing in 19th place, with the Advisor in 20th. And I didn't look in time, everything. Just go back here. No, I can't. Okay. With the Gazelle in 21st, and unfortunately I'm just seeing that many drivers have quit the lobby, so I can't make it on time. But regardless, it's going to be FRL, Bricks Racing, and I didn't make it in time. And Mad Panda Motorsport in 3rd place.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Okay. Something clearly happened there. But this was the final race of the season. The standings are somewhere since they are trying to ask if I have it, but since the standings are a bit odd, as not every single race is being driven by the same teams, I'm highly sure that the championship went through to the MSR team, and the championship podium teams will receive a Go Setups SEC monthly subscription in the form of a coupon code, which I'm certain that is going to be at least one of the MSR team. Highly sure that also they won the championship. But this was the last race of the year in the Endurance GT3 Championship. There is a second one coming next year, starting with the 12 hours of Hungaroring, and then every month there is going to be something. Wait, maybe I can just do this, which is way better. Go here and go here. Yes. Yes, it worked. So this is the calendar for the next season in the 2024. We have Hungaroring, Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, the North Life, Watkins Glen, then Zolder, Laguna, and Kyalami, ending the championship on the 77th. But for the championship, for this year of championship, it's all. This was the last one. I hope to see you all in the next seasons, and be sure also to check out the final rounds of both the rookies and the masters, with the 77th being also my last appearance of the year. But anyway, those 109 hours are over. I hope to see you all next time, and well, I guess good dinner to everybody. This afternoon was quite entertaining, I hope, and yeah, be sure to maybe join some more of the championships in the feral community. I was Cristian Romano, I still am, but this was the 4 hour of Zandvoort, and I hope to see you all next time. Good evening or good night.